Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The first sign that something was amiss at Hogwarts came not with a bang or a flash, but with a gentle creak that echoed through the castle's ancient halls. Helena Ravenclaw, her dark hair tied back in a messy braid and her prefect badge gleaming in the torchlight, stood frozen on the third-floor landing as she watched a staircase slowly pivot away from its usual path, not to another designated landing, but into what appeared to be solid wall. Only, as the stairs settled into place with an oddly mournful groan, Helena realized it wasn't a wall at all. Beyond the last step lay a corridor she'd never seen before, its stones weathered by centuries that shouldn't exist, illuminated by ghostly blue flames that cast long shadows across unfamiliar portraits. Curious, she muttered, her analytical mind already cataloging the impossibility before her. In 6 years at Hogwarts, she'd memorized every moving staircase's pattern, every secret passage's trigger, and every hidden door's trick. This was different. This was wrong. As if responding to her thoughts, the castle shuddered beneath her feet, and somewhere in the distance, she heard the confused shouts of other students. Helena gripped the banister, steadying herself as she watched another staircase swing wildly off its course, revealing a glimpse of star-filled sky where there should have been ceiling. Miss Ravenclaw, called a familiar voice from one of the nearby portraits. Helena turned to find Newt Scamander's painted likeness watching her with evident concern, his blue coat as vibrant as the day it was painted. The castle's magic, it's unraveling. Unraveling? Helena's mind raced through everything she knew about Hogwarts' magical architecture. But the founder's enchantments are failing. Newt finished, his painted features grave. The castle is alive, you see. Has been since it was built. But now, he trailed off as another tremor shook the stones. Helena's heart pounded. Hogwarts alive? Of course, every witch and wizard felt the castle's magic, its seeming consciousness in how it guided lost first years, or provided exactly what was needed in the room of requirement. But actual sentience? She didn't have long to ponder this revelation. A group of students came rushing down from the 4th floor, led by Marcus Chen, a quick-witted Hufflepuff known for his talent in arithmancy. The stairs are going mad, he called out, slightly out of breath. Took Olivia and her study group to some sort of crystalline chamber that definitely wasn't there yesterday, and Rose ended up in what she swears was the founder's private library, but it vanished before anyone could follow her in. Helena's mind whirred with possibilities. They're not going mad, she said slowly, watching as another staircase shifted, revealing a brief glimpse of a room filled with floating orbs of light. They're trying to show us something over the next few hours, as professors attempted to maintain order and the castle continued its strange behavior. Helena gathered an unlikely group. Marcus with his arithmetic calculations, Luna Blackwood, a quiet Slytherin with an uncanny talent for sensing magical energies, and twins James and Sarah McKinnon from Gryffindor, whose family had served as the castle's stonemasons for generations. Together, they began to map the new paths the stairs created, noting patterns in their movements and the mysterious locations they revealed. Luna's magical sensitivity proved invaluable as she detected pulses of energy growing weaker with each new transformation. "It's like a heartbeat," she whispered, her hand pressed against an ancient stone. "But it's fading." The portrait of Newt Scamander followed them through the frames lining the walls, offering insights from his years of studying magical phenomena. "The castle's magic isn't just spells and enchantments," he explained. "It's a living force, born from the combined power of the founders and centuries of magical learning. If it's weakening, then we're not just losing moving staircases," Helena finished. "We're losing Hogwarts itself." Their breakthrough came near midnight, when a particularly violent shift in the castle's architecture revealed a chamber none of them had ever seen before. At its center stood a pedestal bearing 4 crystals, each glowing with the colors of the Hogwarts houses. But the glow was dim, flickering like dying embers. James and Sarah immediately recognized the crystalline formation from old family records. "The cornerstone crystals," Sarah breathed. "Our great-great-grandfather wrote about them. They're supposed to be the physical anchor points of the castle's consciousness. Look at the floor," Marcus pointed out, already scribbling calculations. Intricate arithmetic patterns were carved into the stone, forming a complex magical equation that seemed to pulse with each of the castle's tremors. As Helena studied the patterns, her mind racing through years of ancient runes and magical theory, she began to understand. "The castle isn't just showing us random places," she said. "It's showing us what it remembers, what it's been. But the magic that allows it to hold all these spaces, all these memories, it's failing." Luna nodded, her eyes closed in concentration. "The magical core is fracturing. Like a mind losing its memories, pieces of what makes Hogwarts itself are slipping away. Working through the night, they pieced together the solution. The castle's magic needed to be renewed, but not with simple spells or charms. It needed the pure, willing sacrifice of magical energy from representatives of all 4 houses, channeled through the ancient arithmetic equations that had helped build Hogwarts in the first place. "It's dangerous," Newt warned from his portrait. "Giving up a portion of your own magical core, it could take years to recover, if at all." But as they felt another shudder run through the castle's foundations, they knew they had no choice. Hogwarts had protected and nurtured countless generations of witches and wizards. Now it needed them to return that protection. In the pre-dawn hours, as the castle's transformations became more erratic and desperate, the 4 students took their positions around the crystals. Helena led them through the complex incantation Marcus had derived from the floor patterns, their wands linked by streams of pure magical energy. The pain was immediate and intense as their magic flowed into the crystals, but none of them stopped. Helena thought of every moment that had made Hogwarts home, the warm welcome of the common room fire, the wisdom in its ancient libraries, the safety of its walls. Around her, she knew her friends were doing the same. Slowly, the crystal's light grew stronger. The castle's shuddering ceased, and Helena felt something vast and ancient stir in the magic around them, like a sleeping giant finally opening its eyes. The staircases settled into their proper paths, though now she could feel the conscious intention behind their movements. When it was done, they were exhausted but triumphant. They had each given a piece of themselves to the castle, but in return, they could feel Hogwarts' gratitude in every stone, every torch, every shifting stair. The castle was alive, and now they were a part of its consciousness, its newest guardians. As they made their way back to their common rooms in the growing light of dawn, Helena paused on a landing, watching a staircase shift with newfound grace. It wasn't just moving, it was dancing, celebrating its renewed strength and the bond with its saviors. "Welcome back," she whispered to the ancient walls, and felt the castle's warm response in the gentle creak of settling stones, in the brightening of torches as she passed. in the way the stairs always seemed to know exactly where she needed to go. Hogwarts was more than a school now. It was a friend they had saved, a consciousness they had touched, a magic they would always be part of. And as Helena finally made her way to her dormitory, she smiled, knowing that the castle's greatest secret was safe with those who had learned to hear its voice in the endless dance of its moving stairs. Story 2, The Room of Requirement, had never felt more ominous than on that fateful October evening. Thaddeus Knott stood alone in its depths, surrounded by centuries of discarded magical artifacts that glinted like stars in the dim wandlight. His pale fingers trembled as they traced the ancient runes etched into the floor runes that shouldn't have been there, that had appeared the moment he'd wished for a place to practice the spell he'd found in his family's grimoire. He should have known better. The Knott family library was full of dark secrets, but this particular book had called to him in a way none other had before. Its pages, written in a script that seemed to shift and wreath beneath his gaze, had whispered promises of power, of understanding, of an end to the loneliness that had plagued him since his sorting into Slytherin. The ritual seemed simple enough. A few words, a pattern drawn in crushed moonstone, a drop of blood freely given. What could go wrong? Everything, as it turned out. The moment his blood touched the moonstone circle, the runes blazed with an otherworldly light. The air itself seemed to tear apart, revealing a darkness deeper than any shadow of void that breathed and pulled and hungered. Thaddeus stumbled backward, his wand clattering to the floor as reality itself began to warp around the tear. "What have you done, young heir?" The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing with the weight of centuries. A ghost materialized beside him, not the usual silvery apparition of Hogwarts' regular specters, but something darker, more substantial. She wore robes of midnight blue, her features sharp and aristocratic, bearing an unsettling resemblance to the portraits in Knott Manor. I didn't mean to," Thaddeus began, but the ghost raised a hand, her expression grave. "Of course, you didn't." "None of us ever do." She glided closer, passing through the scattered debris of centuries. "I'm Cordelia Knott, and you, child, have just awakened something your ancestors spent generations trying to contain." The void pulsed, and somewhere in the castle, Thaddeus felt rather than heard screams of alarm. The magic was spreading, seeping through Hogwarts' ancient stones like ink through parchment. One by one, he could sense the professors and older students falling into an unnatural slumber, their magical cores dimming as the void fed upon their power. "What is it?" Thaddeus whispered, unable to tear his eyes from the growing darkness. "The void. Our family's greatest achievement and most terrible mistake." Cordelia's ghostly form flickered. In the days before Hogwarts, the Knott sought to understand the spaces between spaces, the darkness between stars. They created something that could devour magic itself, thinking to use it as a weapon. But it grew beyond their control. The room trembled, and more artifacts tumbled from their precarious perches. Through the walls, Thaddeus could hear the confused cries of younger students, still awake, but frightened as their teachers collapsed around them. "Only a Knott can control it," Cordelia continued, "because only our blood carries the echo of its creation." But the price, she trailed off, her spectral hand passing through Thaddeus's shoulder in an attempt at comfort. Thaddeus felt the truth of her words in his bones. The void called to him, singing with the same dark melody as the grimoire. He could feel its power, vast and terrible, offering him everything he'd ever wanted: strength, recognition, an end to being the quiet Slytherin who preferred books to politics. But as another wave of magical drain swept through the castle, he thought of the first years in their common rooms, of the greenhouse where Professor Longbottom had praised his careful work with the venomous tentacula, of the library where Madame Pince had always saved the best books for him. Hogwarts had given him a home when not manor held only shadows and silence. How do I stop it? Cordelia's expression softened. The same way our ancestors did, though they used hundreds of wizards to accomplish what you must do alone. The void must be bound, sealed with the very magic it seeks to devour. My magic, Thaddeus understood now. All of it, the ghost nodded solemnly. You are a knot. The void will accept no other sacrifice. Drawing a deep breath, Thaddeus retrieved his wand. The wood felt warm against his palm, familiar 11 inches of ebony with a core of phoenix feather. How many spells had he learned with it? How many moments of triumph had it given him? The void pulsed again, hungry, reaching. But this time, Thaddeus stood his ground. He raised his wand, feeling his magic surge through him, not the dark power his family was known for, but something brighter, shaped by years of study and quiet determination. The incantation, he said to Cordelia, tell me. The words were ancient, longer than any spell he'd learned in class. As he spoke them, he felt his magic responding, flowing out of him like water from a broken dam. The void resisted at first, trying to pull more from the castle, but Thaddeus's blood sang with authority. He was a knot, and this darkness was his birthright to command. Slowly, agonizingly, the tear began to close. Thaddeus felt every second of it, his magical core draining as he forced the void back into its prison between worlds. His vision blurred, his legs trembled, but still he kept the words flowing, his wand blazing with the last of his power. With a sound like thunder underwater, the void collapsed in on itself. The runes faded from the floor and throughout the castle. Thaddeus sensed the professors and older students beginning to stir. He collapsed to his knees, his wand rolling from nerveless fingers. The world felt different, duller, as if all the colors had faded to watercolors. He could still sense magic around him, could still see the sparkle of enchantments in the air, but reaching for them was like trying to grasp smoke. You succeeded. Cordelia's voice was gentle. The void is bound once more, and this time the binding is stronger. Your sacrifice has ensured it will never break free again. I can't feel my magic, Thaddeus whispered. No, but you can feel your courage, can you not? Your strength? Those, dear child, are worth far more than any spell. As consciousness faded, Thaddeus smiled faintly. He had chosen this, chosen to protect rather than destroy. Perhaps that made him a poor knot, but as darkness claimed him, he thought it might make him a better wizard. When he awoke in the hospital wing days later, surrounded by confused professors and concerned classmates, the world still felt faded, magically muted. But in the quiet hours of the night, when the castle settled into its ancient rhythms, Thaddeus would sometimes feel a different kind of magic, the warm pulse of sacrifice freely given, of darkness overcome not through power, but through choice. And in those moments, he knew he had inherited something far greater than the void, the power to choose his own path, to write his own story in the book of his family's legacy. It was a magic all its own, one that would never fade, no matter how many shadows gathered in the spaces between stars. Story 3. The Forbidden Forest had always whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen, but never had its murmurs been so urgent as on the night Lyra Weasley found the first centaur arrow. It lay beneath the whomping willow, its silver shaft gleaming with runes that seemed to pulse in the twilight. The arrow bore no blood, yet something about it spoke of battle and desperation. Lyra's copper hair caught the last rays of sunlight as she knelt to examine the artifact. As the youngest member of the Weasley clan currently at Hogwarts and a 6th year, with an uncanny gift for magical creatures. She knew better than most that centaurs didn't leave their weapons lying about. Something was terribly wrong. The whomping willow, usually so aggressive, stood oddly still above her. Its branches hung limp, as if listening to some distant song only it could hear. As Lyra straightened, clutching the arrow, she noticed something else. The tree's roots had shifted, revealing a narrow passage that definitely hadn't been there during her previous visits to tend to the bowtruckles that occasionally nested in the willow's higher branches. "Well, this is either very good luck or very bad luck," she muttered, channeling her grandmother Hermione's pragmatic approach to magical mysteries. Drawing her wand, she whispered, "Lumos," and descended into the darkness. The passage twisted deep beneath the castle foundations, the air growing thick with magic that felt ancient and wild. Roots broke through the earthen walls, but they weren't just the whomping willows. They shimmered with a silvery light that reminded her of unicorn hair. After what seemed like hours but could have been minutes, the tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber that took her breath away. Crystal spires rose from the floor like frozen waterfalls, their surfaces etched with scenes of centaurs and creatures she'd never seen before, tall, graceful beings with eyes like starlight and hair like flowing mercury. Elves, but not house elves. These were the creatures of legend, the Eldars who had vanished from the world so long ago that most believed them mere myths. A soft noise drew her attention. In the shadow of the largest crystal, a thestral lay curled around what appeared to be a clutch of eggs. But these were no ordinary thestral eggs. They glowed with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with the crystal's own luminescence. The thestral raised its skeletal head, regarding her with intelligent eyes that held none of the usual shyness of its kind. "You're protecting them, aren't you?" Lyra whispered, her experience with magical creatures telling her this was no ordinary guardian. The Thestral's gaze seemed to hold centuries of wisdom. "Indeed she is," came a voice from behind her. Lyra spun to find herself face to face with a young male elf, his silver hair cascading over robes that seemed woven from starlight and shadow. "Though I fear her vigil may soon be in vain," the elf introduced himself as Celestian, an exile from the hidden elven realm that lay parallel to the Forbidden Forest. His tale spilled out like water, of an ancient pact between elves, centaurs, and the founders of Hogwarts, of gates between worlds maintained by the combined magic of all three races, of a betrayal that had led to centaurs vanishing one by one as the gates began to fail. "The eggs," Lyra said, understanding dawning. "They're not thestral eggs at all, are they?" Celestian shook his head. "They are seeds of the world trees, the anchors that keep our realms in harmony. Without the centaurs' stellar magic to nurture them, they're failing. And if they die, everything dies," came a new voice, deep and resonant. From another crystal chamber emerged Ferenz, the centaur who had once taught at Hogwarts. He looked older than Lyra remembered from the stories, his flanks bearing fresh scars. The gates collapse, taking both our realm and the Forbidden Forest with them. The magic that protects Hogwarts itself would be severely weakened. The pieces began to fall into place in Lyra's mind. The betrayal, it wasn't just against the centaurs, was it? Someone's trying to destroy the connection between all the realms. Ferenz's tail swished in agitation. "A faction among my people, led by those who believe we should reclaim the forest for ourselves, has been working to sabotage the gates. They do not understand that the forest's magic requires balance between all races. But why haven't the elves?" Lyra began. But Celestian's bitter laugh cut her off. "My people have grown proud and isolated. They believe themselves above such matters, forgetting that our magic flows from the same source. I tried to warn them, and for that, they cast me out The thestral suddenly raised its head, letting out a soft keen. The egg's glow was dimming. Time was running out. Lyra thought of everything she'd learned about magical creatures, about the intricate web of relationships that kept the magical world in balance. Then she thought of her family's legacy of her grandparents and great-uncles who had never hesitated to do what was right, no matter the cost. What if, she said slowly, we could channel magic through different creatures? Thestrals can move between worlds naturally. And unicorns, their magic is some of the purest in existence. Celestian's eyes widened. It's never been attempted. The magic required would have to come from all of us. Firenze finished, a new light of hope in his eyes. The knowledge of the centaurs, the power of the elves, and the understanding of wizard kind combined with the natural magic of the forest creatures. What followed was either brilliant madness or desperate genius. Lyra sent her Patronus to the castle, calling for Professor Hagrid and every student who had ever shown a particular gift with magical creatures. Celestian began singing in an ancient elven tongue, his voice drawing unicorns from the depths of the forest. Firenze and the few centaurs who had remained loyal to the old ways took up positions around the chamber, their bows drawn with arrows that traced constellations in the air. As the world tree seeds pulls weaker and weaker, Lyra stood at the center of it all, directing the combined magic of dozens of creatures and beings through patterns she half remembered from care of magical creatures and half intuited from the desperate need of the moment. Thestrals soared in circles overhead, their wings stirring ancient magics. Unicorns touched their horns to the crystals, sending pure light coursing through the etchings. Centaurs shot arrows that burst into nebulae of magical energy. And slowly, impossibly, the seeds began to brighten again. Roots of pure light spread through the chamber, twining around the crystals, reaching up through the earth toward the forest above. The whomping willow shuddered as ancient magic surged through it, its branches dancing in celebration. When it was done, when the last magical energies settled into new patterns that felt somehow both younger and older than before, Lyra found herself sitting by the Thestral's side, watching in wonder as the first world tree seedling broke through its shell, unfurling leaves that shimmered with starlight. The forest will remember this, Firenze told her solemnly. As will all its creatures, Celestian nodded, his exile forgotten in the wonder of renewal. You've helped forge a new pact, one based not just on duty, but on understanding. Lyra smiled, reaching out to stroke the Thestral's nose as it gently nudged the growing seedling. The forbidden forest would always whisper secrets, but now she knew it also sang with the harmony of all its inhabitants, their magics intertwined in an eternal dance of balance and beauty. And if sometimes in years to come, students would catch glimpses of centaurs riding alongside Thestrals through the trees, or hear elven songs mingling with unicorn calls in the depths of the forest, well, that was just another secret for the Whispering Woods to keep. Story 4. The disappearances began in the ancient runes section of the Hogwarts library. First editions of spellbooks centuries old simply vanished from their shelves, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of parchment and possibility. Marcus Longbottom might have never noticed the quiet Hufflepuff fourth year preferred the herbology section had he not been searching for a book on magical plant translations for Professor Sprout. Instead of finding runic properties of magical flora, his hands brushed against something that definitely shouldn't have been there, a leather-bound tome that hummed with magical energy, its cover emblazoned with a golden lion that seemed to watch him with eyes of burning ruby. The grimoire of Godric Gryffindor, Marcus whispered, fingers trembling as he traced the ancient lettering. He'd heard rumors of its existence. Of course, his father Neville had mentioned it once, speaking of legends from his time as head of Gryffindor House. But it had been lost for centuries, hidden away with other secrets of the founders. The book practically leaped into his hands, its pages fluttering open to reveal illustrations of 4 artifacts: the familiar sword of Gryffindor gleaming with goblin-forged silver, a chalice that shimmered like captured starlight, a mirror that seemed to reflect shadows rather than light, and a key wrought from what appeared to be solidified lightning. The Founder's anchors came a voice from behind him. Marcus spun to find Cassandra Slytherin, a proud 6th year with eyes the color of storm clouds, watching him intently. Unlike most of her house, she had never mocked his quiet nature or his occasional clumsiness. "I've been searching for information about them for months." Before Marcus could respond, a ghostly figure drifted through the nearby bookshelf, the Grey Lady, looking more agitated than he'd ever seen her. "Then you know the danger we face," she said, her voice echoing with centuries of secrets. "The disappearing books are only the beginning. Someone is trying to unravel the very foundations of Hogwarts magic." The grimoire's pages turned by themselves, revealing text written in Godric Gryffindor's own hand. 4 anchors for 4 founders, bound by magic deeper than blood. The sword to defend, the chalice to nurture, the mirror to reveal, the key to unlock. Together, they maintain the barriers between the magical and mundane, protecting both worlds from forces that would destroy them both. "But the sword is already here," Marcus said, thinking of the gleaming blade that had aided his father during the Battle of Hogwarts. In the headmaster's office, a reflection only, the Grey Lady corrected. A shadow of its true power. The real anchors were hidden centuries ago, when dark forces first attempted to breach the barriers between worlds. Only together can they maintain the equilibrium that keeps Hogwarts and all magical Britain safe. Cassandra's eyes narrowed. "The disappearances, they're not random, are they? Someone's searching for the anchors. The Department of Mysteries," the Grey Lady confirmed. "A faction within it believes they can harness the anchor's power to rewrite the fundamental laws of magic itself. They don't understand that such attempts would unravel the very fabric of our world." The grimoire suddenly blazed with golden light, its pages revealing a map of Hogwarts, unlike any Marcus had seen before. Secret passages and hidden chambers appeared as lines of fire, and 4 points burned brighter than the rest. "The anchors call to those who share the Founder's blood," the Grey Lady explained, looking meaningfully at Cassandra. "Just as you carry Slytherin's legacy, though you choose a different path than your ancestors." Cassandra's hand went to her throat, where a small pendant in the shape of a badger hung, a gift from her mother, who had been a proud Hufflepuff. "And you think we can find them before the Ministry does?" Marcus studied the map, his mind racing. "We'll need help. Someone from each house, to match the Founder's power." As if in response, footsteps approached through the stacks. Rose Ravenclaw, a brilliant 3rd year with an encyclopedic knowledge of magical theory, emerged with James Potter, the latest in his line to uphold the Gryffindor tradition of finding trouble. "We couldn't help but overhear," Rose said, her eyes bright with curiosity. "A quest to save Hogwarts. Count us in." The next few weeks became a blur of secret meetings and midnight expeditions. The grimoire guided them through forgotten passages and hidden rooms, each clue leading them closer to the anchors. They found the chalice buried beneath the Hufflepuff common room, its bowl still full of water that could heal any wound. The mirror was hidden in the highest tower of Ravenclaw, showing not reflections but truths that the viewer needed to see. The key they discovered in the Chamber of Secrets itself, where Cassandra's ability to speak Parseltongue proved invaluable. And finally, the true Sword of Gryffindor revealed itself in the heart of the Forbidden Forest, embedded in a stone that had waited centuries for worthy hands to grasp it. But the Department of Mysteries was never far behind. The night they retrieved the final anchor, alarms rang through the castle. Dark-robed figures emerged from the shadows, led by an unspeakable whose eyes burned with fanatical purpose. "You don't understand what you're protecting," the leader called out. With these artifacts, we could reshape magic itself, free it from its limitations, make it available to all. "That's not reshaping magic," Cassandra retorted, standing tall with the key crackling with energy in her hand. "That's destroying it. Magic isn't meant to be controlled, it's meant to be in balance." As the unspeakables advanced, the four students stood back to back, each holding an anchor. The artifacts began to glow, resonating with each other and with the ancient magic of Hogwarts itself. The Gray Lady floated above them, her voice ringing with power. "Remember what the Founders knew: magic is not about dominion, but harmony." What happened next would become legend in its own right. The anchors blazed with light that contained all the colors of magic itself. The sword sang with courage, the chalice overflowed with loyalty, the mirror flashed with wisdom, and the key crackled with ambition, tempered by understanding. Together, they created a symphony of power that sent the unspeakables staggering back, their spells dissipating harmlessly against shields that had protected Hogwarts since its founding. When it was over, when the Department of Mysteries had retreated, and the anchors had been properly secured in new hiding places known only to those who truly understood their purpose, Marcus stood with his unlikely friends in the library where it had all begun. "You know," Rose said thoughtfully, "I don't think it was accident that brought us together." The Founders knew it would take all the houses, working in harmony, to protect what they built. Cassandra nodded, her hand still resting on the grimoire. "Not just protect, but understand. Magic isn't about power or control. It's about balance, about different forces working together." James grinned, slinging an arm around Marcus's shoulders. "And who better to teach that lesson than a bunch of misfits who didn't quite fit their house stereotypes?" Marcus smiled, thinking of how his own quiet strength had proved as valuable as James's bravery, Cassandra's cunning, or Rose's intelligence. The grimoire hummed softly under his touch, its pages now filled with their own story alongside Godric's ancient words. And if sometimes, late at night, the four of them would meet in the room of requirement to study the grimoire's secrets and practice the kind of magic that came not from spells but from understanding well, it was just another chapter in Hogwarts' endless story, where the greatest magic of all was the power of different paths coming together as one. Story 5. Aurora Blackwood had always known her family held dark secrets. The ancient tomes in their library whispered of forbidden magic, and the portraits of her ancestors watched with eyes that held too many shadows. But nothing in her 16 years had prepared her for the sight before her, the North Tower of Hogwarts, normally shrouded in mist and rarely visited, now pulsed with an eerie green light that seemed to breathe in the pre-dawn darkness. She stood at its base, her Ravenclaw robes whipping in a wind that shouldn't exist inside the castle walls. The first signs had appeared 3 days ago, strange shadows that moved against the light, corridors that seemed longer and darker than they should be, and most disturbing of all, the sound of ancient stones whispering in voices that made her blood run cold. I wondered when a Blackwood would finally answer the call. Came a voice that made her spin around, wand raised. There, in a portrait she'd sworn was empty moments before, stood Salazar Slytherin himself. But unlike the stern, forbidding figure she knew from history books, this Slytherin looked weary, his eyes holding not contempt, but a desperate urgency. "What call?" Aurora demanded, her free hand unconsciously touching the silver pendant at her throat, a family heirloom that had grown inexplicably warm over the past few days. "The call of the Guardian," Slytherin replied, stepping closer to the frame's edge. "Your bloodline was chosen, not for its darkness, but for its potential for light. The North Tower is no mere architecture, Miss Blackwood. It is a prison, a watchtower, and a last defense against something the founders sealed away at great cost. As if in response to his words, a tremor ran through the castle. In the distance, Aurora heard screams. The shadows were growing bolder, reaching for students with tendrils of ancient malice. The seals are failing, Slytherin continued, his voice urgent. We knew this day would come. Why do you think your family was always drawn to the dark arts? Not to practice them, but to understand what we fight against. Your rejection of that darkness is precisely why you, of all your line, are worthy to take up the mantle. Aurora's mind raced through years of family history, of carefully maintained genealogies and mysterious references to a sacred duty that had never been fully explained. The tower, it's not just holding something in, is it? It's holding something back, the void between worlds, Slytherin confirmed. A place of unmagic, of anti-being, that would consume all we have built. The founders created for towers, but only this one remains. The others, he trailed off, grief flashing across his painted features. Another tremor shook the castle, stronger this time. Aurora heard the distinctive sound of breaking glass somewhere below, followed by Professor McGonagall's voice raised in a spell she didn't recognize. How do I stop it? Aurora asked, gripping her wand tighter. You already know. The pendant you wear, it was meant for this moment. But be warned, awakening its power, accepting the role of guardian, will change you. The price of holding back the void is high. Aurora touched the pendant again, feeling the warmth of centuries of magic thrumming beneath her fingers. She thought of her sorted into Ravenclaw, despite generations of Blackwoods and Slytherin, of her passion for defensive magic rather than the dark arts, of her belief that power came with responsibility. Show me, she said. The next hours passed in a blur of ancient magic and desperate battles. As Slytherin's portrait guided her through the tower's defenses, Aurora faced shadows that took the form of her deepest fears and doubts. She drew on every spell she'd ever learned, every scrap of magical theory she'd studied, and something deeper, an inherited understanding of the barriers between worlds and the price of maintaining them. The pendant grew hotter against her skin as she climbed, its power awakening memories that weren't her own, her ancestors standing guard, renewing the seals generation after generation, watching and waiting for the day when the void would try to break through. At the tower's peak, she found the heart of the problem, a tear in reality itself, a window into nothing that pulled at her very being. The shadows poured from it like smoke, taking form in the tower's ancient air. The incantation Slytherin called from a portrait that had followed her up through the tower. The one your blood remembers. Aurora closed her eyes, letting the pendant's heat flow through her. Words in a language older than Latin, older than magic itself, spilled from her lips. The pendant blazed with white fire that didn't burn, sending out threads of light that began to weave a new pattern in the air around the tear. But the void fought back. Shadows wrapped around her legs, trying to pull her in. Each word of the incantation felt like it was being torn from her throat. She saw visions of power, of all the dark magic her family had rejected, offering itself if she would just stop, just let the void through. Remember who you are. Slytherin's voice cut through the temptation. Not just a Blackwood, a protector, a guardian, a keeper of the light. Aurora's next words came out as a shout of defiance. The pendant's fire burst outward, burning away the shadows. The threads of light pulled tight, drawing the edges of reality back together. With a sound like the reversal of thunder, the tear sealed itself, leaving behind only a shimmer in the air, a scar in the world that would need watching. When it was done, Aurora stood transformed. Her dark hair was now streaked with silver, and her eyes held depths that hadn't been there before. She could feel the tower's magic flowing through her, a constant reminder of her duty. "The price of guardianship," Slytherin said softly. "You'll see them now, all the places where the world wears thin. Your magic will be bound to this tower, to the keeping of the seals." Aurora nodded, already sensing the subtle wrongness in certain shadows, places where reality needed strengthening. But she also felt something else, a deep connection to Hogwarts itself, to the magic that had protected generations of students. "They'll need to know," she said, thinking of her professors, her fellow students. "About the tower, about what lurks beyond. Some secrets must be kept," Slytherin countered, but then smiled a genuine expression that transformed his stern features. "But perhaps not all of them. Your generation faces challenges we founders never imagined. The old ways of absolute secrecy may need to change." In the days that followed, as Aurora learned to balance her new duties with her studies, she began to understand why her family had chosen this path. Power wasn't just about spells and curses, it was about choosing to stand between innocence and darkness, about maintaining the boundaries that kept their world safe. The North Tower remained misty and mysterious to most, but now it had a true guardian again. And if students sometimes saw Aurora Blackwood standing at its top in the dead of night, her robes moving in winds from another world as she renewed the ancient wards, they knew only that they were protected, that some lights shine brightest against the darkest of voids. Story 6. The first of the ancient wards fell on a night when autumn was surrendering to winter, its dying breath painting the Hogwarts grounds in shades of frost and starlight. Aurora Blackwood felt it like a physical blow, a sudden absence, as if someone had extinguished a candle that had burned since the founding of the castle itself. She stood at her dormitory window in Gryffindor Tower, watching as the magical barrier shimmered and rippled like the surface of a troubled lake before settling back into invisibility. But she knew it wasn't the same. Something fundamental had changed in the castle's defenses, and the flames that had danced beneath her skin since childhood burned in response. "It's starting, isn't it?" The voice behind her belonged to Marcus Silverthorn, his Slytherin robes a slash of darkness against the warm, common room colors. Few questioned his presence in Gryffindor Tower anymore, not since the prophecy had bound their fates together. "The wards are failing, just as your grandmother warned they would." Aurora's hand instinctively went to the crystal pendant at her throat, within which a tiny flame burned eternally. It was the last gift her grandmother had given her before passing, along with a warning that had haunted Aurora's dreams. "When the old barriers begin to fail, seek the truth of your lineage in the flames." The Blackwoods were more than just witches and wizards. We were the keepers of an ancient fire. The morning brought news that confirmed their worst fears. Professor McGonagall announced at breakfast that portions of the castle's defensive magic were deteriorating for unknown reasons. Students were to travel in groups, and certain areas were now off limits until the protections could be restored. But Aurora and Marcus knew what the teachers didn't, that these weren't just any magical protections. They were the original wards cast by the founders themselves, powered by a primordial magic that predated even Hogwarts. The same magic that manifested as living flame within the Blackwood bloodline. Their research led them deep into the castle's history. In the restricted section of the library, they found references to the Ignis Antiquus, the ancient flames that had been used to forge the very foundations of Hogwarts. The founders hadn't just built a school. They had created a nexus of magical power, protected by eternal fire that burned between worlds. "Look at this," Marcus said one night, his dark eyes reflecting the lamplight as he pointed to a passage in a crumbling text. The flames were entrusted to a lineage of guardians, tasked with maintaining the barriers between our world and others. But there's something else. His voice trailed off as he studied the ancient script. A prophecy about a time when the barriers would weaken, When darkness would seek to enter through the cracks between worlds, Aurora felt the flame within her pulse in response to his words. "The prophecy that everyone fears marks you as a harbinger of destruction," she said softly. "What if they misinterpreted it? What if you're meant to help prevent the destruction, not cause it?" Before Marcus could respond, a tremor shook the castle to its foundations. In the forbidden forest, shadows began to move against the natural flow of light, and creatures emerged that hadn't been seen in the mortal world for millennia. The next few days were a blur of research and preparation. Aurora and Marcus discovered that the ancient flames weren't just weapons or wards, they were keys to the very nature of magic itself. The Blackwood family had been chosen as their guardians not just for their power, but for their understanding that true strength lay in protection rather than destruction. The crisis came to a head during the winter solstice, when the barriers between worlds were naturally at their thinnest. A force of ancient darkness, drawn by the weakening wards, began to press against the fabric of reality around Hogwarts. The flames within Aurora burned brighter than ever, recognizing their ancient enemy. In the Chamber of Foundations, a forgotten hall deep beneath the castle, where the original wards had been cast, Aurora and Marcus made their stand. She wielded the ancient flames, not as weapons, but as tools of creation and renewal. Marcus, whose prophecy had caused so many to fear him, proved to be the perfect counterbalance his alleged darkness, allowing him to understand and redirect the shadows that threatened to overwhelm them. Together, they didn't just repair the wards, they renewed them, weaving them into stronger configurations than before. The ancient flames, responding to Aurora's newfound understanding of their true purpose, burned away the corruption that had been weakening the barriers while leaving the essential magic of Hogwarts stronger than ever. But the price was high. To maintain the new wards, the flames required a permanent anchor in both the physical and magical realms. Aurora chose to become that anchor, binding herself to Hogwarts itself. The flames that had once burned beneath her skin now burned throughout the castle, invisible but ever present, protecting all within its walls. Marcus, whose prophesied role had finally become clear, became the shadow to her light, the darkness that gave definition to her flame, the balance that kept the power from consuming everything. Together, they established a new order of guardians, teaching selected students the true history of Hogwarts protections and the importance of maintaining the balance between light and shadow, creation and destruction. Years later, students would sometimes catch glimpses of Aurora walking the castle corridors at night, her form wreathed in subtle flames that cast no shadows. And beside her, Marcus moved like a piece of living darkness, their contrasting powers creating a harmony that kept Hogwarts safe from forces that most could never comprehend. The castle itself seemed more alive than ever, its ancient stones humming with the renewed power of the eternal flames. New legends began to spread about the Lady of the Flames and her shadow guardian, but few knew the true story of how a Gryffindor and a Slytherin had proven that the greatest magic comes not from power itself, but from understanding the delicate balance that makes all magic possible. In the highest tower of Hogwarts, Aurora's original crystal pendant still burns with its eternal flame, a reminder that sometimes the most important battles are not won through force, but through the courage to embrace one's destiny and the wisdom to understand that true power lies not in destruction, but in the ability to protect and preserve that which is most precious. Story 7. The books were vanishing. Helena Nightshade noticed it first in the restricted section, subtle gaps appearing between ancient tomes, as if the very essence of knowledge was being slowly erased from existence. As a seventh-year Ravenclaw prefect with an uncanny memory for the library's layout, she knew something was terribly wrong when secrets of the darkest arts disappeared, leaving not even a trace of dust in its wake. But it wasn't until Hogwarts, A history vanished from Madame Pince's desk in a shower of silver sparks that the true panic began. "It's as if they're being unmade," Helena murmured, running her fingers along the empty spaces on the shelves. The wood beneath her touch hummed with residual magic, a frequency she had never encountered before. Around her, the towering bookshelves of the Hogwarts library creaked ominously, as if sharing secrets in an ancient language of wood and wisdom. A shadow fell across the shelf she was examining. "Fascinating, isn't it?" The voice was deep, resonant, and entirely unexpected. Helena spun around to find Professor Thaddeus Wolff standing behind her, his dark robes bearing traces of some silvery substance that seemed to shift and flow like mercury. The systematic erasure of knowledge itself, Helena's hand instinctively tightened around her wand. Professor Wolff had been suspended from teaching ancient runes 2 months ago, accused of delving too deeply into forbidden magic. Yet here, he stood in the restricted section, looking not like a disgraced academic, but like a man who had found something he had spent a lifetime seeking. "You know what's causing this," she said. It wasn't a question. His smile was sharp as a raven's beak. "I know what they're searching for. The same thing I've been searching for since I first set foot in this castle." He gestured to the empty spaces on the shelves. "These books aren't being destroyed, Miss Nightshade. They're being called home." That night, Helena discovered the first clue in her dreams. She found herself walking through the library, but it was different, older, filled with books that seemed to whisper as she passed. At the end of an impossibly long aisle stood a woman in blue robes, writing in a book that glowed with its own inner light. When the woman turned, Helena saw her face for the first time, Rowena Ravenclaw, but not as she appeared in portraits. This was Ravenclaw in her prime, her eyes bright with the fire of creation. "The grimoire must be found," Ravenclaw said, her voice echoing as if from a great distance. Before the unraveling begins, Helena woke with the taste of ink on her tongue and a string of numbers carved into her bedpost coordinates within the library's organizational system. But when she followed them the next morning, she found only another empty space and a single blue feather quill that seemed to have been dipped in starlight. Professor Wolff found her there studying the quill. "Her personal quill," he said softly. "One of 7, she used to write her greatest work, a grimoire, containing the fundamental laws of magic itself." His eyes gleamed with an unsettling intensity. "A book so powerful it had to be hidden, its location obscured through complex enchantments that would activate only when the magical world faced its greatest threat, the disappearing books," Helena whispered, understanding dawning. "They're being drawn to it, like calling to like." Wolff nodded. "But the process is destabilizing the very fabric of magic within Hogwarts. Each book that vanishes weakens the barriers between our world and others. If the grimoire isn't found soon," he didn't need to finish the thought. Already, strange phenomena were manifesting throughout the castle. Staircases moved in impossible directions, portraits showed scenes from worlds that never existed, and students reported hearing voices speaking in languages that hurt the ears to hear. The search became a race against time, with Helena and Professor Wolff forming an uneasy alliance. She brought her intimate knowledge of the library and her Ravenclaw intuition, while he contributed decades of research into forgotten magical theory. Together, they began to decipher the elaborate puzzle Rowena had created. The quill was the key. It responded to magical frequencies, vibrating in harmony with certain books and locations throughout the castle. Each resonance revealed another piece of the puzzle, a constellation pattern in the astronomy tower, a sequence of runes carved into the dungeon walls, a particular melody played by the enchanted suits of armor at midnight. But they weren't the only ones searching. Marcus Blackthorn, A ministry official with a dangerous obsession with pure magic had caught wind of the grimoire's awakening. His agents infiltrated Hogwarts, disguised as maintenance workers repairing the castle's increasingly erratic magical infrastructure. The final confrontation came during a lunar eclipse, when the barriers between realities were at their thinnest. Helena and Wolf had finally decoded the last clue. The grimoire wasn't hidden in a place, but in a moment, accessible only when specific magical conditions aligned. In the room of requirement, which had transformed itself into a vast chamber that seemed to contain fragments of every library that ever existed, they began the ritual. The starlight quill floated above a blank book, drawing power from the vanished texts that now existed in a state of magical limbo. Blackthorn and his agents burst in just as the ritual reached its crescendo. Spells flew, reality warped, and for a moment, Helena saw through the veil between worlds countless versions of Hogwarts, each with its own grimoire, its own secrets, its own fate. In that moment of clarity, she understood what Rowena had done. The grimoire wasn't just a book of spells, it was a linchpin holding different magical realities in balance. Its hiding place was a quantum uncertainty, protecting it from those who would abuse its power. The final choice fell to Helena. As reality buckled around them, she saw Professor Wolf's true intention not to protect the grimoire, but to use it to purify magic itself, stripping away what he saw as centuries of dilution and corruption. And she saw Blackthorn's darker purpose to harness the book's power to establish absolute control over all magical knowledge. Instead of reaching for the manifesting grimoire, Helena took up the starlight quill and began to write in midair, adding her own chapter to Ravenclaw's great work. She wrote of balance, of the importance of knowledge freely shared, of magic as a wild and beautiful force that belonged to no one person or ideology. The chamber filled with blinding light as the lost books rematerialized, their knowledge restored but transformed, enriched by their journey through other realities. When the light faded, the grimoire had distributed its power throughout the library itself, ensuring that no single tome could ever again hold such dangerous concentration of magical knowledge. In the years that followed, Helena became the youngest ever head librarian of Hogwarts, guardian not just of books, but of the subtle balance between knowledge and wisdom. Professor Wolf, humbled by the experience, returned to teaching, his lectures now focused on the importance of magical ethics alongside theory. And sometimes late at night in the restricted section, students would catch glimpses of a ghostly female figure writing with a starlight quill, adding new chapters to an endless story of magic, knowledge, and the wisdom to use both wisely. Story 8. Shadows weren't supposed to move against the light. That was the first thing Callum Drake noticed as he stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, watching darkness curl like smoke around the edges of the enchanted torches. The other first years chatted excitedly around him, oblivious to the way the shadows seemed to reach for them with hungry fingers before retreating into the corners. The bitter cold of the Scottish winter pressed against the ancient stones of the castle, but Callum felt a different kind of chill, one that emanated from somewhere deep within his own chest. He'd felt it growing stronger ever since he'd received his Hogwarts letter, like a pocket of endless night nestled beside his heart. You can see them too, can't you? The voice was barely a whisper, yet it cut through the excited chatter of the other students. Callum turned to find a translucent figure floating beside him, a ghost, but unlike any he'd seen in Hogwarts. A history. She appeared young, perhaps a student herself once, but her eyes held centuries of secrets. The living shadows. They've been growing stronger since Samhain. Before Callum could respond, Professor McGonagall appeared to lead them into the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. But as he followed the crowd, the ghost's words echoed in his mind. mixing with the strange pulse of emptiness in his chest. The sorting hat had barely touched his head when it recoiled, its leather folds twisting in what might have been fear. "The void," it whispered, so only Callum could hear. "After 1,000 years. Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the hall, but Callum noticed the slight tremor in its voice. Professor Luna Shadowmend, the new Defense Against the Dark arts teacher, took a particular interest in Callum from his very first lesson. Her silver eyes seemed to look through him rather than at him, and she had a habit of appearing whenever the cold in his chest became unbearable. "The void is not inherently dark," she told him one evening after finding him in an empty classroom, surrounded by shadows that danced to the rhythm of his heartbeat. "It is the space between stars, the breath between words, the moment between moments." The founders understood this when they used it to seal away an ancient evil beneath the castle. The ghost who Callum learned was called Arya Nightwhisper, filled in more of the story. She had been there 1,000 years ago, when the founders faced a terrible force that threatened to devour all magic. They couldn't destroy it, so they created a prison of nothingness, using the power of the void itself to contain it. But the price was high. They knew the void would need an heir, Arya explained, her form flickering like a candle flame. Someone to maintain the seals, to keep the balance. The power passes down through generations, sleeping until it's needed again. As winter deepened, the shadows grew bolder. Students reported hearing whispers in empty corridors, and patches of darkness appeared that no light could penetrate. The cold in Callum's chest became a constant ache, and in his dreams, he heard something ancient calling to him from deep beneath the castle. Professor Shadowman began training him in secret, teaching him to understand the nature of the void within him. "Empty does not mean evil," she would say as she helped him learn to control the shadows that now answered his call. "The void can consume, yes, but it can also protect. It is a shield as much as a weapon, but even as Callum grew stronger, so did the force beneath the castle. The ancient evil was awakening, feeding on the fear of the students, growing stronger as the shadows spread. And it wasn't working alone. Marcus Blackwood, a 7th-year Slytherin prefect, had discovered the truth about what lay beneath Hogwarts. Believing he could control its power, he began performing dark rituals to weaken the seals that held it in check. The shadows that plagued the castle were the result of his meddling, cracks in the prison of void stuff that had held for a millennium. The confrontation came during the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, when the boundary between light and shadow was at its thinnest. Blackwood completed his ritual, shattering the final seals, and the ancient evil began to rise. Callum felt at the moment the seals broke a sensation like the bottom dropping out of the world. The cold in his chest exploded outward as the void within him responded to its ancient charge. Professor Shadowmend and Arya rushed to his side as darkness flooded the castle. "Remember," Shadowmend's voice cut through the chaos. "The void is not absence, it is potential. It is not an ending, but a beginning." Understanding finally clicked into place. For months, Callum had tried to fight the emptiness within him, but now he embraced it. The void wasn't just a prison or a weapon, it was a cradle for possibility, a space where anything could begin anew. As the ancient evil rose from the depths, a writhing mass of corrupt magic and stolen power, Callum stood before it. Behind him, Professor Shadowmend wielded her wand like a conductor's baton, directing the school's ambient magic to support him. Arya's ghostly form blazed with supernatural light, her millennium of watching over the seals lending him strength. Callum opened himself fully to the void within him, no longer fighting its coldness, but understanding at last its true nature. Shadow wrapped around him like armor, not consuming the light, but defining it. giving it meaning through contrast. The ancient evil struck at him with tendrils of corrupt power, but where they touched the void, they found no purchase. In the end, it wasn't a battle of light against dark, but of balance against chaos. Callum reached out with the void, not to destroy the ancient evil, but to embrace it, to give it context and meaning within the nothingness. The force that had threatened to devour all magic found itself defined by the very emptiness it had sought to escape. When it was over, the shadows retreated to their natural places, once again serving their proper role in defining the light. Blackwood was found unconscious in the dungeons, his memories of the ritual hazy, but his understanding of its consequences all too clear. The cold in Callum's chest remained, but it was no longer painful. Instead, it was a reminder of the balance he now helped maintain, not just a prison guard, but a custodian of the essential emptiness that gave form and meaning to magic itself. In the years that followed, Callum Drake would become known as more than just the heir of the void. He became a teacher of balance, helping others understand that power lay not just in what was present, but in the spaces between. And sometimes, late at night, students would catch glimpses of him, walking the castle corridors with Arya Nightwhisper, their forms wreathed in living shadow, maintaining the ancient balance that kept Hogwarts and the magical world whole. Story 9. Golden threads shimmered in the air where Marcus Flynn had stood just moments before, dancing like dying embers before fading into nothingness. It was the third disappearance this week, and Ophelia Moonweaver's heart pounded against her ribcage as she recognized the telltale signature, the same ethereal patterns that haunted her family's ancient loom. The great hall of Hogwarts fell silent, save for the collective gasps of students who had witnessed their fellow Ravenclaw vanish mid-sentence. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the tension like a knife. "Everyone, return to your common rooms immediately." Her stern facade barely concealed her concern as her eyes met Ophelia's across the hall. Ophelia clutched the miniaturized loom pendant hanging from her neck, its familiar warmth now feeling like a brand against her skin. She had brought it to Hogwarts despite her grandmother's warnings, despite the centuries of Moonweaver tradition that dictated the loom should never leave Boboxton's. But the dreams had been too insistent, showing her visions of Hogwarts in peril, of golden threads unraveling the very fabric of magical reality. Quite the dramatic exit, wouldn't you say? The voice beside her was smooth as silk and twice as dangerous. Sebastian Blackthorn materialized from the shadows, his Slytherin robes immaculate despite the chaos around them. "Though I suspect you know more about these disappearances than you're letting on," Moonweaver, before she could respond, another shimmer of golden light caught her eye, this time in the corridor leading to the dungeons. Without thinking, Ophelia sprinted toward it, her feet carrying her down the torch-lit passage. She could hear Sebastian's footsteps behind her, keeping pace effortlessly. The trail led them to an ancient tapestry depicting the founding of Hogwarts. But something was wrong. The figures in the weaving were distorted, their forms blurring and shifting like smoke in the wind. Ophelia's pendant grew scorching hot. "Show me," she whispered, enlarging the loom to its true size with a flick of her wand. The ancient wood gleamed in the torchlight, its shuttles hovering expectantly as threads of destiny hummed between its beams. "Fascinating," Sebastian breathed, his usual air of detachment cracking slightly. "The loom of Moira. I thought it was just a legend." Ophelia's fingers danced across the threads, reading their patterns like a book. "It's real enough. My family has been its custodians for generations. We're supposed to observe the threads of fate, never interfere." Her voice caught. "But something or someone is actively unraveling them." The loom suddenly sprang to life, weaving a scene before their eyes. They saw Marcus Flynn, along with the other missing students, suspended in a place between places, their forms translucent and flickering like candle flames in the wind. Behind them loomed a shadowy figure wielding a pair of golden shears. The scissors of Atropos, Sebastian said grimly. They're said to be able to cut the threads of fate themselves. When Ophelia shot him a questioning look, he smiled thinly. The Blackthorn family has its own ancient libraries and its own secrets. Over the next few days, more students vanished, each disappearance marked by those haunting golden threads. Ophelia and Sebastian worked tirelessly, poring over ancient texts in the restricted section, following the loom's cryptic guidance. They discovered that the disappearances aligned with ley lines running beneath Hogwarts, forming a pattern that was terrifyingly familiar to Ophelia. It matched the constellation Moira under which her family's loom had been created. But it was in Blackthorn's own journals, preserved by his family for centuries, that they found their answer. Theodore Blackthorn, Sebastian's ancestor, had once attempted to master fate itself, seeking to use both the scissors of Atropos and the loom of Moira to rewrite the destiny of the magical world. He had failed, but his notes suggested he had hidden the scissors somewhere within Hogwarts, waiting for a time when the stars aligned perfectly as they would tonight. The Chamber of Destiny, Sebastian said, translating the ancient text. A hidden room that only appears when Moira reaches its zenith in the night sky. My ancestor built it into the foundations of Hogwarts itself. The chamber, when they finally found it, was a marvel of magical architecture. Threads of fate lined the walls like veins of gold and marble, all converging on a central dais where a figure stood waiting. Professor Kronos, the ancient runes teacher, holding the legendary golden shears. I wondered when you would join us, he said, gesturing to the suspended forms of the missing students floating around the chamber. The threads of fate have become too tangled, too restrictive. With both the scissors and the loom, we can reset the pattern, create a new destiny for the magical world. But Ophelia could see what the professor couldn't, the way the golden threads were already beginning to fray. Reality itself starting to unravel around the edges. The loom thrummed against her chest, showing her visions of a world unmade, of chaos unleashed by the severing of too many fate threads at once. The threads aren't restrictions, she said, finally understanding her grandmother's teachings. They're connections. Break too many, and everything falls apart. What followed was a battle of ancient magics, the scissors' sharp destruction against the loom's creative force. As Sebastian engaged Kronos in a duel of spells, Ophelia did something no Moonweaver had ever dared. She began to weave new patterns, not just observe them. Her fingers flew across the loom, repairing severed threads, creating new connections, wielding creation against destruction. The chamber filled with blinding golden light as the magic reached its crescendo. When it faded, the missing students were back, dazed but unharmed. Professor Kronos lay unconscious, the scissors having crumbled to dust in his hands. But the loom had changed, its wood now streaked with gold, its power permanently altered by Ophelia's intervention. In the days that followed, as the school returned to normal, Ophelia and Sebastian often found themselves returning to the location of the Chamber of Destiny, though it never appeared again. The loom took on a new role at Hogwarts, with Ophelia establishing a new tradition as both observer and active guardian of fate's threads. You know, Sebastian said one evening, as they watched golden threads dancing in the air around the loom, my ancestors' journals never mentioned what happened to the original fate weaver who created these artifacts. Ophelia smiled, her fingers tracing patterns in the threads that only she could see. Perhaps she realized that fate isn't meant to be controlled or severed, but gently guided. That sometimes the most powerful magic comes not from changing destiny, but from helping it find its proper course, and in the years to come, students would sometimes glimpse golden threads shimmering in Hogwarts corridors, not as harbingers of disappearance, but as reminders that their destinies, while woven into a greater tapestry, remained their own to shape. Story 10. The ancient corridors of Hogwarts always whispered secrets, but on this particular autumn evening, they screamed. Lyra Stormwind froze mid-step, her wand illuminating the rough stone walls of the castle's deepest level, as the sound of grinding stone echoed through the passage. At first, she thought it was just another of the castle's countless magical anomalies, the staircases that moved of their own accord, or the walls that occasionally decided to rearrange themselves. But this was different. This sound carried weight, age, and warning. The 16-year-old Hufflepuff had always possessed an unusual gift, the ability to sense the emotions and memories embedded in enchanted objects. It was a talent that had earned her both acclaim and skepticism among her peers. Now, as she stood in the darkness, that gift blazed to life with unprecedented intensity. The very walls seemed to pulse with anxiety, fear, and most disturbingly anticipation. Lumos Maxima, she whispered, and the light from her wand grew stronger, illuminating what had once been an ordinary stone gargoyle at the corridor's end. Except it wasn't ordinary anymore. Its wings, previously frozen in eternal stillness, now stretched outward, sending cascades of ancient dust to the floor. Its eyes, once empty stone, now gleamed with an inner light that matched the golden glow emanating from the runes carved into its base. As Lyra approached, her gift nearly overwhelmed her. Images flooded her mind. 4 figures standing in this very corridor, their hands joined as they wove protection spells into the very fabric of the castle. Godric Gryffindor's sword glinting in torchlight, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem casting prismatic patterns on the walls, Helga Hufflepuff's cup brimming with liquid gold, and Salazar Slytherin's locket pulsing with green energy. The founders creating the Stone Guardians. A voice interrupted her vision. "I wouldn't get too close if I were you." Ash Ravencroft emerged from the shadows, his Gryffindor tie loosened and his dark hair characteristically disheveled. "They're waking up all over the castle." Professor McGonagall's called an emergency staff meeting. Lyra barely heard him. The gargoyle was trying to communicate with her, its stone consciousness pressing against her mind with increasing urgency. "Something's wrong," she murmured, placing her hand on the creature's wing. "They're afraid." The contact sent a jolt through her body, and suddenly she wasn't in the corridor anymore. She was seeing through stone eyes, watching centuries pass in seconds. Countless students walking these halls, wars and peace, triumph and tragedy. But beneath it all, something stirred. Something that had been waiting, gathering strength, biding its time beneath the foundations of Hogwarts itself. When she came back to herself, she was on her knees, with Ash supporting her shoulders. "Lyra, are you all right? What happened?" "We need to find Professor Blackwood," she said, her voice shaking. "The Guardians, they're warning us. There's something in the foundations, something the founders trapped here. And it's breaking free." The next few days passed in a blur of research and revelation. Professor Regina Blackwood, the ancient runes teacher and secret member of an order dedicated to protecting Hogwarts' deepest mysteries, confirmed Lyra's worst fears. The Stone Guardians were created as a last line of defense against a force the founders had barely managed to contain, a parasitic magic that fed on magical cores, growing stronger with each wizard or witch it consumed. But why are they waking now? Ash asked during one of their clandestine meetings in the Room of Requirement, which had transformed itself into a vast library of ancient texts and magical artifacts. Professor Blackwood's face was grave as she traced the runes in a centuries-old tome. "Because someone is helping it. Someone within Hogwarts has been systematically weakening the ancient wards, preparing for its release. The Guardians sense it. Just as they sensed it 1,000 years ago, Lyra spent every free moment with the Guardians, learning their silent language, understanding their purpose. Each one held a fragment of the Founder's original binding spell, and through them, she began to piece together both the nature of the threat and how it might be stopped. But the price would be steep. The climax came on a moonless night in December, when the very foundations of Hogwarts trembled. Lyra and Ash, along with a handful of trusted students and teachers, gathered in the deepest chamber beneath the castle, a place so old it predated the Founders themselves. Here, where the parasitic force had first been imprisoned, ancient runes carved into black stone pulsed with sickly light. And here they found the traitor, Marcus Flint, a young professor of defense against the dark arts, driven mad by promises of power from the entity below. "You don't understand," he snarled, his wand trained on the group. "It doesn't want to destroy magic, it wants to perfect it, to purify it, to return it to its original untamed state." But Lyra understood something else, something the Stone Guardians had shown her. The Founders hadn't merely imprisoned the entity. They had sacrificed a piece of their own magic to bind it, weaving their very essence into the Guardians. Now, as the chamber shook and darkness seeped through cracks in the floor, she knew what had to be done. The battle that followed would be spoken of in whispers for generations to come. As Ash and the others engaged Flint, Lyra reached out to every Guardian in the castle simultaneously, her gift stretching to its absolute limit. Through her, they began to move, descending from their perches, their stone wings carrying them down to the chamber. They formed a circle, just as they had when the Founders first created them, and Lyra stood in the center. "Lyra, don't!" Ash shouted, understanding dawning in his eyes. There has to be another way. But she smiled, tears streaming down her face as the Guardian's power flowed through her. "Some things are worth sacrificing everything for," she whispered, and began the incantation the Founders had used a millennium ago. The chamber exploded with light as Lyra channeled the combined power of the Guardians, reinforcing the ancient bindings with her own magic. The darkness screamed, a sound of primal fury and despair, as it was forced back into its prison. Flint collapsed, the entity's influence broken, and the chamber grew still. When it was over, Lyra still stood, but something fundamental had changed. Like the Founders before her, she had sacrificed a piece of her magical core to strengthen the bindings. Her gift for communicating with enchanted objects was gone, burned away in the ritual, but in its place was something else, an unbreakable connection to the Stone Guardians themselves. In the years that followed, Lyra would become the first keeper of the Guardians in a millennium, teaching others to recognize the signs they had missed before. The Guardians returned to their posts, silent but ever vigilant, while she watched over them as they watched over Hogwarts. And sometimes, on quiet nights, students would swear they saw a figure walking the ancient corridors, her hand trailing along the stone walls, sharing silent conversations with the castle's eternal protectors. For in the end, Lyra had learned what the Founders knew, that the greatest magic lies not in power or purity, but in the willingness to sacrifice for something greater than oneself. And in that truth, both she and Hogwarts had found their greatest protection of all.